recording. So where do we go now? Let me see if there is anything I can read or something.
I wish I could read these biographies of Ludwig. Wait a minute. Ludwig II, fairy tale king of Bavaria. I didn't see this before.
That's a little
Yep,
convenient.
English. Huh.
Don't tell me, library is magic. When you need it, it's when you're going to give you. I am not a fan of that. Reading the fairy tale king of Bavaria, Sir Richard Chaplin.
Ludwig remained throughout his life both very bright and very naive. He was an introvert who seemed to be constantly out of sync with traditional views of rulership, money, and human relationships. The world ever failed to match his ideals. Perhaps this was a fault of his sheltered upbringing as future king. He never was introduced to the real world, and the real world failed to interest him as an adult. In his youth, Ludwig was in fine physical condition and loved to hike alone in the Alps and ride horses. He had a hunting lodge, Schahen, specifically for this purpose. Unfortunately, in 1872, a rather traumatic hunting accident befell the king at Schahen, and his leg was cruelly damaged. He never fully recovered from this incident, and his hiking and riding ceased. His physical health deteriorated from that time on, and explains why he looked so unhealthy in later years. A hunting accident?
Yes, but okay. Ludwig the Third, I think it was Ludwig the Second, actually was original. Was original one of the last Bavarian kings, if I'm not mistaken. But I know very little about him. I know he was a real person, but I know very little about it.
Other than his long-standing friendship with the Empress Elizabeth of Austria and with his mother, the relationships Ludwig attempted with others were nearly always a disappointment for him and a bewilderment for his partners. He would become obsessed with someone, a singer, an artist, a nobleman or a peasant, and would bombard them with gifts, praise, and favors. When they would fail to return the depths of rapturous passion he required, the singular adoration and humble obedience he expected, he would grow disappointed and cut himself off from them. The objects of his interest were occasionally women, usually ones he fell in love with after seeing them in idealized roles on the stage, but they were more often young men who fit his fantasies of the heroic sagas like Lohengrin and Parsifal that he so loved.
Oh my God, they were roommates. Come on. Come on. It was written in mid 90s. Don't be so prude. Perfectly natural.
A good example of the king's obsessive behavior in relationships is the following letter from the Königlich Bayerische Archives, which this author was privileged to access. It is dated 1864, and it was written by Ludwig's manservant, Paul, to a friend. The king has been in high mood these days. The reason, of course, is a new interest. Thursday last, the king attended a performance of Lohengrin in the Wittelsbacher Theater. He came back in a fever, demanding that a man be found. The man, it was gathered, had been sitting in a box across from Ludwig and had drawn the king's attention by his beauty and his deep emotional response to the performance. The king declared that here at last is a sensitive soul. The man was tracked down and brought in for an audience. Upon my word, never have I seen any mind so in line with His Majesty's own. They discussed Wagner and France and Byron and all manner of things until long past dawn. The young man, beautiful indeed to look upon, met the king's enthusiasm and knowledge bit for bit. His Majesty has been in the thick of it ever since, and while I welcome his good temper, I grow tired of fetching letters back and forth to Louis, so called by His Majesty, that should tell you who the young man looks like, at all hours of the night. This author has not been able to learn much about Louis, but he was known to have been a seemingly hybrid foreigner, and he was involved with Ludwig as late as 1880 when he fell into disfavor.
Louis.
The king, especially later in life, felt a great deal of guilt about his sensual nature. His diaries are full of repentant entries begging God for forgiveness and swearing to remain pure. In many of the diary entries, he swears to abstain from sexual relations. The number of these oath entries indicate that Ludwig was not very successful in resisting temptation, yet it is also clear that Ludwig was a God-fearing man and that, though his flesh might occasionally fall, he never surrendered his heart and his conscience to sin.
It's a bit more complicated than that, as we'll later learn. That's it. Let's see.
I wonder what Gerda's up to. I wonder what Gerda's up to.
Let me see if we received anything from Gabriel.
So this is where I've been sending Gabriel's fan mail.
Guten Tag.
Grüß Gott, Frau Nakamura. Ich habe etwas für Sie.
Oh, it's from Gabriel.
Ja, das ist vom Schattenjäger. Ja.
No, I think you... Gabriel is a working partner and... Never mind. Danke.
Bitte, brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Danke.
Bitte.
Okay.
Gracie, you decided to come over. That's great. Guten Tag and all that. I'm sure you and Gertie are hitting it off. Thanks for finding the werewolf book. I'm not sure what it all means, but it might be useful. About Ludwig II, you know, I think you might have something there. Ubergrau says there are 2 places you should check out. Ludwig had a castle called New Swan something, and there's a museum about him at here in chemistry. Something like that. I really think you should spend some time looking into it. Don't worry. Things are going very smoothly this time around. I've tracked a suspect to a hunt club run by a man named Von Glauer. He seems okay, but I'm sure there's something going on with at least one of the others. Don't worry, though. I met a police detective named Lieber, so I have backup. I'll be finished soon. Sit tight and enjoy your visit till I get there. Gabriel.
What does he think? I'm on vacation here? And no address. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight.
Yeah, the guy knows doesn't want Gabriel, doesn't want Grace to go after him. In a way, I can understand why he does that. Oh, the guys, or the American couple, Southern couple. They're the best thing that have happened in games so far, because the first 2 chapters are too serious. The game so far has been very serious, and they need some levity, some comic relief, and these 2 were perfect. I wonder if the characters were written at last minute because they decided, now this is serious. Most of the comic relief from the first game interactions between Gabriel and Grace, or between Gabriel and Mosley. That's where comic relief relies. So, there are other parts, but the first two chapters are apparently very serious, and they need some comic relief to play it off. Almost every graphic adventure, almost every story, novel, something needs some levity, even if it's a little win. If you want to make a big drama, be my guest when drawing. But if you want to write something to appeal public in general, then you kind of need a little bit of levity, a little bit of comedy.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
I was wondering if you've changed your mind about telling me where Gabriel is. It's really important.
No. Sorry.
Thanks.
Bitte?
King Ludwig II of Bavaria. So that's King Ludwig II of Bavaria.
In his younger days, yes.
I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though.
Hello there, dear.
Hi, I'm Grace Nakamura from the castle. Am I interrupting?
Heavens, no.
Have a seat, Miss Nakamura.
Well, I might. For a moment.
Isn't this nice? We just finished our breakfast. Do you want something?
No, thanks.
Good for you. I can never turn down food myself. Now you just tell us all about it, Sugar Pie.
You mentioned the other night that you were a demonologist. What is that exactly?
Well, it's not as bad as it sounds, honey. What Emma and I really do is to help protect people.
Protect them from what?
Well, do you believe in the devil, Miss Nakamura?
I believe in good and evil, if that helps.
Oh, but Satan and his demons are real, and they will attack the living. And most folks don't know what to do once they've been attacked. We try to help protect people.
How can you protect people from demons?
The best protection is faith in God, of course. But sometimes faith isn't enough. Sometimes we have to delve into the supernatural in order to protect others. Your Schottenjoggers are just the same.
We are? I mean, he is?
Of course.
Yeah,
the
technically he
warriors of
is.
light are rare these days, but they do exist all around the globe.
That's interesting. I just read about a group called Manos del Sol in Brazil. So the Ritters aren't the only Schottenjägers.
Well, they're probably the only ones to use that title, but others have been chosen for the battle.
I mean, yeah, I mean, certain in this case, in the first game, there is a lot of symbolism around Schottenjägers about Saint Gabriel. You know, Saint Gabriel, the Dragon Slayer. You know, so there's a lot of Catholic imagery about it. So yeah. This story kind of reminds. There's a horror series. I don't remember which one. That has a couple, a bit like this one. I don't remember which horror series it is. There's like a demonologist couple, and they basically investigate a lot of supernatural cases. They're not the main character. I think the series became the first movie series of horror movies or novels. The first story they're the protagonists, but then the other ones they became secondary protagonists. They always help the protagonist.
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
Sure, we saw his castles, didn't we, Mother?
We sure did. Why do you ask?
Well, I found a letter in the Schottenjäger library warning Ludwig about the Black Wolf.
Who wrote the letter?
One of Gabriel's ancestors, a Schottenjäger.
Seems like whoever was using me as a megaphone helped you find that letter. Perhaps you should follow the path something's pointing at. Look into Ludwig.
I intend to.
In fact, yeah, I mean, you found in the game. I found the letter before their arrival, so.
The other night you said something about the Black Wolf. What did you mean? Where did you hear that name?
I wasn't the one talking.
Medium.
I don't understand.
She's the medium.
Quite all right. The point is, it would be a very good idea to answer those questions, and we must work together to do so. Of course I'll help you, Pumpkin. I'd like to know myself, wouldn't I? It isn't every day one's taken over by a disembodied spirit, and I don't much care for it, thank you.
You're not talking about a seance, are you?
Oh, heavens no.
Thank God.
Himmel's right. I'm much better at tarot cards. I can read for you or for someone else if you prefer.
Are you sure you don't know anything about the Black Wolf?
I never did, dear. I told you. Really, you mustn't confuse the vessel with the voice. All I remember was seeing a very bright flash like lightning. Next thing I knew, Em'll have me outside. Whatever it was very powerful. Very powerful.
Okay, we couldn't get Tim Curry, but we still got people chewing all the scenery.
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to do my tarot reading.
Don't you worry now. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. They're
Push your vital energies into the cards.
not as dramatic.
This is your soul card. That which applies to all of your lifetimes. It's the Empress. Oh, that's a good one.
What's it mean?
If it's not inverted.
It means that your soul's journey is one of leadership. There's great strength here and intelligence. This card represents what you're like in this lifetime. It's the Chariot. Self-discipline, control. You need to feel you have a plan, that you're testing your abilities. The Chariot's very masculine. In combination with the Empress, it tells me that you're currently exploring your male side. You will seek out great achievement, but it does have its price.
Doesn't sound anything like me.
Yes, dear. The third card represents the other.
I prefer the tarot.
You pulled the Magician. Who is he, dear?
Excuse me?
Your other, the Magician. Oh, this is a very powerful card. Major Arcana.
My other?
Everyone has an other. Let's see. I bet it's the Schottenjäger. What's his name?
The Schottenjäger? Gabriel Knight?
A name of power. He is powerful, this one. The Magician is dexterous and cunning, mischievous and manipulative.
That's Gabriel, all right.
And very strong with magical and occult powers. Now this is interesting because your card, the Chariot, is all logic and reasoning, while his, the Magician, is spiritual and intuitive. You two are quite a pair. The fourth card shows what you're trying to achieve at this moment, your immediate destiny. It's the Strength or Lust card.
Lust?
Not that kind of lust, dear. It's a trial card, finding the strength to continue some difficult journey. It also represents the integration of conflicting energies. That must be your Chariot and his Magician energies. Strength also means bonding those energies, loving without judgment, learning to love the beast.
Uh-huh.
The beast. You said it. The beast.
What is this trial, dear? Do you know?
Well, Gabriel and I are involved with the case right now.
It will be a hard time. You must let your love give you power. Use the positive energy of your union or you may not succeed.
I think you have the wrong idea. Gabriel and I just work together.
Yeah.
Yes, dear. But if I might just suggest, when you're facing negative forces, the positive energy of love is a very vital weapon. You make yourself vulnerable when you resist your own tools.
Well, That's been helpful.
I hope so, dear.
Every time she says, yes, dear, it's like saying BS. Might as well go.
Maybe we should do a reading for Gabriel.
Oh, let's! It's a little like spying on someone unawares, but what the heck?
Okay, it's too dramatic. Tarot carding, this reading's too
Reach
dramatic.
out to the cards and to think about his essence. His soul card is the Magician. Yes, dear.
Did you
It
shuffle?
reflects your other exactly.
Well, maybe, but I'd rather hold out for David Copperfield.
And
Yeah.
his lifetime card. Oh, goodness. The Lovers.
You mean the sole purpose of his life is in his pants? Doesn't surprise me.
It's not what you think, dear. It's a duality card.
You didn't
As a
shuffle the
lifetime
card.
card, it refers to Gabriel's own duality. Good versus evil, physical pleasure versus spiritual growth, that kind of thing. His challenge is to integrate the conflicting parts of himself. Until he does, he'll never find peace. And
No.
you will find peace when you acknowledge all of him. Find a way to love the worst as you already love the best.
You're really reaching.
Mother.
His other is the High Priestess.
Let me guess. That's me, right?
No, dear, it's not. The High Priestess represents psychic mysteries, deep wisdom. This is a very different energy from your earthy one. This must be our connection. To the voice, dear! Someone is
think she
trying
was
to
spo-
communicate with Gabriel. This force is represented by the High Priestess.
That's not much help. What about the Black Wolf?
But it is a help, dear. The High Priestess is a spiritual guide card if ever there was one. The message must have been a warning.
If this force is connected to Gabriel, and if he's so very psychic, then why doesn't it just go to him? Why say it to me?
Maybe Gabriel's blocked. Maybe he's purposefully blocking. There is that duality business. Let's go on and see if it becomes clear. The fourth card, remember, represents the current situation. It's death.
That
Oh,
in tarot doesn't mean that.
nothing
Means-
to worry about then.
Now you just leave interpretation up to me, Sugar Pie. It's a transformation card.
Change.
Dying to one thing and being born to another. It is painful, but it isn't necessarily bad. Two of Wands. Oh my.
What?
A 2 is not good here. Wands is Mars in Aries. That's a war card. In conjunction with the death card, there are 2 possible transformations.
2 transformations?
Yes, dear. Gabriel is waging a spiritual battle. The transformation might be good or evil. That must be the purpose of the High Priestess. She's trying to guide him.
So you think he really might be in danger?
Oh, yes, dear.
Foreshadowing.
Gabriel's very essence is at stake. If he takes the wrong path with his powers, Imola and I will stay in town. You must let me know if anything else happens that we can read for clues. Let the Force use you.
May the force be with you. What is it, Star Wars? This is a...
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
This is Sierra game,
Thanks.
not a LucasArts game. If I had a nickel for every tarot card reading in a Sierra game, I have 2 nickels, which is much, but I'm surprised it happened twice. As far as I remember. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the tarot reading on Quest for Glory 4 is so much better. And also tarot cards, I have a few EP aunts, so I love the esoteric stuff, so I'm pretty sure. Tarot cards is that each card has 2 possible interpretations. One depends on how they're played. If they played in a straight, they put in one position, it is one interpretation. If they go inverted, the other way around, it's another different interpretation.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
Okay, let's see. Now I'm a bit lost. No, a bit lost. There we go. Chapter 4. Grace. Biography. Okay.
Gerda's here. I wonder what she's up to.
She finally noticed.
Oh my god. Gerda was in love with Wolfgang.
You dummy.
Boy, do I feel stupid or what?
Yeah. Don't worry, there's nothing. So far, the game doesn't have any dead screens. At least the first half. It looks scary, but nothing to worry about. Only when starting the second half, I think it's the next chapter that it's possible to die. Or get soft locked. I mean, I'm not surprised that secret passages. I mean, not surprised that an old castle, especially one belonging to a Schattenjäger, has secret passages. In case a castle is attacked, they need something to. Careful with the thorns. Apparently she doesn't mind the thorns because roses have bloody thorns and they can be very prickly. Yeah, because it's Friday, I can stream later. It's not. We're still only halfway through the game, so we don't need to. I don't need. Well, I can end the stream later, but there's no way I'm going to, invoke No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Maybe probably tomorrow.
I'll leave the other roses on the bush. The castle looks huge from here. They've got more rooms left to restore than I thought. I think it'll be quicker to go back the way I came. The castle looks huge from here. They've got more rooms left to restore than I thought. They're beautiful, but they won't last long in my coat. St. Georg Church.
Okay, playing this in St. Valentine might think it was going to offer to her, might have another connotation, but
Yeah.
no.
That's better, don't you think?
Well, she did talk.
I'm so sorry. I was an idiot.
Gabriel and I, we never...
I know. It's my fault. It's Gabriel's fault. He never tells me anything. I don't know why he didn't want me on this case.
Maybe he just...
Don't even try to make excuses for him. Still, he's up to his neck in it, I think. Will you help me out with something?
Of course.
I have to do some research on Ludwig. I want to go see some of his castles.
Take Gabriel's car.
I mean,
There's a map of southern Bavaria in the car. Ludwig's castles are all marked.
Thanks.
Good luck.
okay. kind of make effort, but you could at least feel me a little apologetic. I don't. Let the woman grieve. Let
Gabriel's car keys. He'd have a fit if he knew I had them.
Why does she carry the keys on herself? Maybe because because Grace in the second chapter asked for the keys. She said, "You won't let me drive, let alone you." But yeah, I'm gonna save here, and then we are going to which one of the castles?
At least I have the car keys now.
New Schwarzen, Petersburg, where we come from, and Herrenschmied.
I can't see the displays until I've gotten past the counter. I can't see the displays until I've gotten past the counter.
Hello. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Ist das die Ludwig Museum?
Ja.
Ja, ja. Ludwig der Zweite von Bayern.
Okay. What I love about German language is that you can be you can say the most sweetest thing ever, and still sound like hateful or full of wrath. For instance, one of the Rammstein songs is "Du riechst so gut," which means you smell so good. Du riechst so gut. Yeah, you see, Rammstein. If you learn at the lyrics of the Rammstein songs, they're pretty damn normal lyrics, but the way they sing it looks like. The exception, of course, is Electric Goldboy. I've been listening a lot of Electric Goldboy lately, and the very few parts where they sing in German, they mostly sing in English. The very few songs when they sing in German, okay, it's more happier, it's more uplifting. They did that I think they did that on purpose because they knew, and the songs in Electric Goldboy are fantastic.
Ich hätte gern eine Eintrittskarte fürs Museum.
Ja, 8 Mark für eine Ganztagskarte.
Tax, Mark, and something about tax.
So,
Danke.
bitte.
That's a problem.
July 3rd, 1863. Elizabeth, you can have no idea, dear cousin, how happy you made me. The hours recently passed with you in the railway carriage I consider among the happiest in my life. Never will their memory fade. You gave me permission to visit you at Ischl. If the time comes for this ardent hope to be fulfilled, I shall be of all men upon earth the most blessed. The feelings of sincere love and reverence and faithful attachment to you, which I cherished in my heart even as a boy, makes me imagine heaven upon earth and will be extinguished by death alone. I beg you with all my heart to forgive the contents of this letter. but I could not help myself. Elizabeth frequently gave Ludwig advice on royal conduct, hoping to protect him from unfavorable public opinion. March 1st, 1865. My dearest Eagle, you have not written me in a few months. I have missed you. I often try to imagine what you are doing. I hear tales that you have been on retreat and have not been seen in Munich for some time. I suspect it is this new friend you wrote up so mysteriously that takes you away from home. I hope you are enjoying yourself, my beloved, but I beg you to caution. The people need to see you at the throne. I also hesitate to suggest that what your officials do in your absence may not always be in your own best interest. You have always been a true king, but you must let the people see you to ensure that they don't forget that. E. Your dove. Ludwig's friends were concerned for his mental state long before his arrest. June 14th, 1878. My beloved Eagle, in your last letter you spoke so movingly of your torment that I was moved to tears. What is this torment? Why won't you confess to me what is truly troubling you? You must know that I would never despise you, no matter how horrible you believe your sins to be. Please do not write such barbs to my heart by even suggesting such things. If you do not wish to confess to me, at least tell me how I can aid you. I am always your true one, your dove. In this letter, dated November 1886, Elizabeth of Austria thanks Bishop Frank for his assistance in helping her fulfill Ludwig's last wishes. She writes that she knows it was an unusual request, but she believes Ludwig had reasons of his own for wishing it to be done. She hopes that his spirit finds peace at last. No further reference to this letter has ever been found. One can only speculate what the last wishes of a cornered and embattled Ludwig might have been. What were his last wishes? This place is giving me more questions than answers. They certainly make an incredible-looking couple. They certainly make an incredible-looking couple. They certainly make an incredible-looking couple. She's beautiful. One of Ludwig's few close friends was Empress Elizabeth of Austria. She was a distant cousin of the boy Prince, and he saw her often growing up. Graceful and beautiful, Elizabeth seemed to represent the feminine ideal to the younger Ludwig. Their friendship continued after her marriage, mainly by correspondence. She remained a source of stability for Ludwig throughout his life. In keeping with Ludwig's love of romance and drama, he called her the Dove, and he to her was the Eagle.
Hawk and Dove? Okay. Not sure if that part is true or not.
Ludwig is Prince Charming. He played the part well.
Oh yeah.
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment. June 7th, 1886. A group of men arrive at Neuschwanstein Castle demanding to take the king in custody. With them is Dr. Guden, the doctor who had been in charge of Otto, the king's mentally ill brother. The men have an order for the king's arrest on the grounds of insanity. They are refused admittance by a brave group of farmers and local soldiers who have come to Ludwig's aid. They are forced to retreat to nearby Hohenschwangau. This is the first Ludwig hears of the conspiracy. Ludwig composes a pamphlet explaining the subversive acts of the conspirators and eloquently pleading with his people for aid. The pamphlet is smuggled out of Neuschwanstein and printed, but the pamphlets are seized before they can be distributed. Ludwig composes a pamphlet June 12, 1886. Ludwig knows the conspirators will return. He despairs. He asks his servant for the keys to the tower. The servant, fearing the king intends suicide, says the key is lost. Unbeknownst to Ludwig, the conspirators arrive at the castle. This time, there is no one to stop them. Ludwig is lured from his bedroom to the entry hall of Neuschwanstein on pretense. There, he is taken into custody. Ludwig is taken by carriage from Neuschwanstein to Berg, where his brother Otto had long been imprisoned. This is a great blow to the king's state of mind. While on the way, the group stops at Seeshaupt to change horses. Ludwig asks to see the postmistress, Frau Vogel. She brings him a glass of water and he says something to her. She never reveals these last words to anyone.
We've seen these happen during a dream or something.
June 13th, 1886. At Berg, Ludwig seems cooperative and coherent. Dr. Guden writes to the government that he has Ludwig well under control. The two men go out for a walk, and Dr. Guden is so confident he dismisses the guards. When Ludwig and the doctor do not return after several hours, a search is undertaken. The bodies of the two men are found in the lake, drowned. Circumstances unknown. June 18th, 1886. Ludwig's funeral procession marches through the streets of Munich, followed by enormous crowds of mourners. The service is held at a packed St. Michael's Church. Lightning strikes the church during the service, but no one is harmed. Ludwig's body is entombed in the Wittelsbach crypt at St. Michael's. His heart is placed in an urn in the pilgrimage chapel at Altading in the Wittelsbach tradition. The urn is shown to the right. His heart is in an urn? How bizarre. I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though.
It's the same page. Oh, must be the pamphlet. He mentions a pamphlet. It must be one of the pamphlets. Because in here, he sees Ludwig composes a pamphlet and explains the first act of the conspirators, liquidly pleading for his spirit for aid. That must be the pamphlet. One of the copies. Another copy has Huber as another copy in his guest house. She dreamt.
Oh my God. That's the slave from my dream. Maybe Mrs. Smith will know what my dream meant. I have to ask someone. This thing is getting too weird. Maybe Mrs. Smith will know what my dream... Ludwig embarking on his sleigh. The midnight sleigh rides. Ludwig went on long sleigh rides in the middle of the night, particularly in his later years. It is said that he suffered from insomnia, headaches, and toothaches, and the rides soothed his restlessness. The sight of the king's grand sleigh speeding through the countryside of the Alps often startled the peasants and became a superstitious omen of ill fortune. I can see why. But what was he doing out there at night? Maybe Mrs. Smith will know what my dream meant. I have to ask someone. This thing is getting too weird.
Okay, I'm having you know the Wild Ride. Those who played The Witcher, The Wild Hunt. Wild Hunt. Is this where the legend Wild Hunt comes from? Now, the Wild Hunt's a lot older than that, but I can understand there is a similarities. For those who play The Witcher series, know what I'm talking about.
Ludwig's death mask. Wow. Ludwig's death mask. Wow. I don't have anything to say to her at the moment. Ludwig is Prince Charming. He played the part well.
Let me see if I've missed anything. See. Museum. Okay. me see if I missed anything. Ludwig's cloak? Where is the cloak? I don't see any cloak. I never saw a cloak.
Ludwig is Prince Charming. He played the part well.
Cloak.
They certainly make an incredible looking couple.
Oh, there's more stuff here. Okay, I didn't see it.
December 14th, 1881, Linderhof. Order another work by Jennings on the occult. Write urgently to Klug, saying that I insist that the stoppages by the bank cease. I want it, and therefore it must be done. Write very urgently. He must succeed at once, and then must report to me urgently. If I give orders to clear my room, doing so must not be postponed as it happened. Pencils must be pointed without special orders. The day after tomorrow, 1,000 marks. How is Louis now? I want to know whether he looks unhappy. How often have I said that the coffee must not come up boiling hot, so that it can only be drunk after standing an hour? If any more correspondence come from Louis, they are to be burnt immediately, but I am to be informed of their arrival.
Okay, this Louis was...
These are actual notes from Ludwig to his servants. They go far in showing the king's state of mind. They were smuggled out and used as evidence in compiling the order for Ludwig's arrest. December 18th, 1881, Linderhof. Every day get up earlier, for certain. See to that very particularly. Write it down. Remember that when the great friend arrives at Neuschwanstein, we retire to the hall. We are not to be disturbed. I will not tolerate interference or insubordination.
Interesting.
Ludwig's death mask. Wow.
There's nothing about any cloak. No, there's only here. Let me save. Museum. I didn't miss anything, I hope. Oh, there's another area here. Oh, I missed this.
Even after Wagner's death, Ludwig still showed signs of obsession with the composer. This letter, written in 1882 by Ludwig to the conductor of the Munich Opera, instructs the conductor to make preparations for a new Wagner opera. The conductor went to see the king as instructed. When he arrived, Ludwig was ill and refused to see him. Nothing further was ever heard of this mysterious new opera. Was it a figment of an ill man's desperate wishes?
Oh. Ooh, yeah, the opera. The opera is very important.
Even after Ludwig is offered a crown of laurels by the genius of immortal fame. Ludwig is offered a crown of laurels by the genius of immortal fame. 26th July, 1874. By the power of the lily, we shall have the strength to resist all temptations throughout the whole year. 26th July, 1875. Solemn oath before the picture of the great king. Refrain for 3 months from all excitement. This oath has its binding power as well as its potency by de par le Roy, LNR, DPLR. What excitement! I need to see more of that diary. Ludwig and Wagner. Ludwig loved the opera of his contemporary Richard Wagner. He helped support Wagner's music through much of his life. Ludwig considered Wagner a close friend, often calling him the great friend. Wagner encouraged this infatuation, some believe, for personal gain. Typical artist.
Yep.
He looks so regal. Why would he give up all of this pageantry and become a recluse? Ludwig, Grand Master of the Knights of St. George. There's gotta be a connection between all this St. George stuff and Gabriel. Ludwig is Grand Master of the Knights of St. George. The Knights of St. George was an aristocratic society dedicated to the acts of chivalry. Ludwig loved the medieval pageantry of the order in his early years, before his increasing reclusiveness drove him to abandon public appearances.
So, these Knights of St. George, are the Chetenjägers any connection to Chetenjägers, or it was a previous order before the Chetenjägers? So Chetenjägers kind of a spin-off?
I wonder if these pins have any symbolic meaning. I wonder if these pins have any symbolic meaning. Signets and sash pins from the Order of the Knights of St. George. These were worn on Ludwig's uniform, as befitted his rank of Grand Master. They are now the property of the Bavarian Crown Treasury. I wonder if these pins have any symbolic meaning. Looks like it weighs a ton. Ludwig's Grand Master wardrobe from the Knights of St. George. Looks like it weighs a ton. Richard Wagner. Richard Wagner. Ludwig's diary. Ludwig kept a diary from 1869 when he was 24 years old until his death. The diary provides a fascinating look into the mind of this tormented man. The original diary is kept in the Royal Archives. A few entries are shown on the opposite wall. I've got to see that diary. Even after Ludwig is offered a crown of laurels by the genius of immortal fame. 26th July, 1875. Solemn oath.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Ludwig's Tagebuch im Museum?
Ja,
Wo kann ich Ludwigs Tagebuch hier anschauen?
die Tagebücher sind ganz persönlich. Die sind in den königlichen Archiven. Niemand darf die lesen.
Aber
Nein, niemand darf die lesen.
danke.
No. Nope. And watch it.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Im Museum ist einen Brief von Ludwig über eine neue Wagner-Oper.
Ja, ja, ich kenne diesen Brief.
Wo kann ich mehr von dieser Wagner-Oper sehen?
Ja, ich weiß nichts über Wagner. Das hier ist kein Wagner-Museum.
Ja, ich weiß.
Yeah, this is
In
this,
Bayreuth befindet sich ein Wagner-Museum. Versuchen Sie es halt doch, ne?
Bayreuth. Danke.
okay. This is not Wagner Museum. This is the Ludwig Museum. If you find anything, if there is any information about the opera, it's in the Ludwig Museum. It's in a Wagner Museum, not here. That's what she said, more or less. It's what I little I understood. Ah, the Wagner Museum. Okay. But before we go there, let's go to Rittersburg. He says he wants to talk to the American woman, about the dream. Rittersburg.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
Are the Smiths in their room?
Ja, I believe so.
Could you ask them to come down, please?
Ah, ja, natürlich.
Now you just tell Merle what's going on.
I had a dream last night. I didn't remember it at first, but I saw something today at one of the museums.
What was the dream?
I was being chased in the woods by wolves. And I saw a sleigh. Ludwig was inside. He pulled me up, and I thought I was safe. But then he turned into a wolf.
So what do you think, Mother?
A dream of rescue is a spiritual guide dream. The High Priestess in Gabriel's cards must be linked to Ludwig somehow.
What do the wolves represent?
I'm a psychic, dear, not Freud. But the warning I got was about the black wolf, wasn't it? And the wolves in the dream. It must be the same danger.
It's so frustrating. The more I find out, the more questions I have.
Why don't you try a little communicating of your own? Ludwig's the link. Appeal to him. The answers may not come right away, but at least you'll give the guide something specific to say the next time she contacts you.
Isn't there any way that you could, do a psychic reading on Ludwig or something?
To tell you the truth, I've been trying all day to make contact, but I only feel great despair. Ludwig's soul is not at peace.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
First of all, the people of Rittersburg are used to supernatural because Chet and Jaeger. These two are psychics, are demonologists, so there are a lot of people who are used to the... I like about this world, at least these people, Central Rittersburg, supernatural is not something, outwardly. Everybody believes in it. While in Munich, where Gabriel is, of course, is more the real world. Although, yeah, like I said, when he's talking about Liber, the commissar, he said, about werewolves, commissar.
Hi, did you have a good time?
Uh-huh. Anything new?
Yes, you had a phone call.
Really?
A man named Professor Barkley. He said you had his number.
I do. Thanks.
Finally, these two finally having walking terms.
Gerda?
Yes.
Have you heard from Gabriel at all?
No, Grace, I'm sorry.
Never mind. Who should I call?
Okay, it's no longer night over there.
Hello?
Hi, Professor Barkley. It's Grace.
Oh, good. I have a name for you. It's Herr Josef Dahlmeier, and he specializes in Bavarian history, and I think he's somewhere near you are.
Herr Josef Dahlmeier. Great, got a number?
Yeah, I do. It's 4982-555-2234.
Thanks a lot. Sorry about the bother.
That's no bother. When are you coming back to school, Gracie?
When I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Well, be good.
Professor Barkley's Ludwig contact.
Hallo?
Hallo, sind Sie Herr Josef Dahlmeier?
Yeah, you must be Grace Nakamura, the American history student.
Yes.
I hear you're interested in Ludwig II.
Very.
Good. There's something I want to show you. Drive to Berg on Starnberger See. Meet me at the Memorial Chapel.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Was there anything you wanted me to look into before we meet?
Well, I was hoping you knew something about someone called the Black Wolf. He was a contemporary of Ludwig's. He lived in Prussia, I think, and he was well connected.
Louis.
Never heard of him, but I'll check. See you there.
Thanks. Bye.
I think we have everything here. Okay. Ah. Sternberg Sea. Yeah, it was a place, right?
It's a memorial chapel. It's a memorial chapel. It's a memorial chapel. It's a memorial chapel.
Okay. Where am I supposed to go now?
This is where he died. You must be Grace. Herr Dahlmeier.
Hello.
Josef. I didn't mean to startle you. I wanted you to see it. I feel him here the most, you know, more than at the castle. So, what did you want to know?
Tell me about Ludwig.
I don't know where to start. There's so much. Politically, the most significant thing about Ludwig II was that he signed over independent Bavarian statehood to Prussia in 1870. Bavaria became a part of United Germany, and Ludwig became a figurehead prince under the Prussian Kaiser.
Why do you think he did that?
Bavaria had been involved in the 100 Years' War. People were tired of fighting. Prussia's push to unite the German states made some amount of sense. Still, Ludwig must have had other options. At the very least, he should have negotiated better terms.
So what was the real reason?
He was manipulated by Bismarck. At least that's what I think, anyway.
Tell me about Bismarck.
Oh, Bismarck. He was the Prussian Kaiser's chancellor. Not a nice man. Bismarck had a reputation for learning people's weaknesses and manipulating them. It's a matter of record that he had spies on Ludwig's staff. He may even have had a henchman even closer to the king. And he was involved in the conspiracy to declare Ludwig insane.
What do you know about Ludwig's hunting accident?
A couple of years ago, I was introduced to this great old man, a real old world farmer. Well, his grandfather was Richard Horning, Ludwig's equestrian. Oh, he told some great Ludwig stories. Sometimes I get lucky. Anyway, he said that after the hunting accident, Ludwig got terribly ill, that he had a fever and was acting crazy. They were afraid that the wolf had been carrying a disease or that the bite had gone septic.
A wolf bit him?
Yeah, it's not so unusual. There were a lot of wolves in the Alps back then. The servants were really worried, but Ludwig recovered, physically anyway. Horning's grandfather said it was the fever that broke Ludwig's mind, that he was worse than ever after that.
Did you find out anything about the Black Wolf?
I did. I'd read about him before, but I hadn't realized that was who you were talking about. His name was Godin, Paul Godin. I found a reference to his being called the Black Wolf after you telephoned.
I've never heard of him. Who was he?
Godin lived on the fringes of the Prussian court. He was handsome, charming, dangerous, or so they say. He was variously rumored to have been a foreign prince, a Prussian spy, even an assassin. Since you were interested in him, I found out some things that are probably true. It said he came from abroad in the mid-1800s, but claimed High German blood.
Do you know where he came from?
No. And he was ruthlessly ambitious. He probably found out who held the power, Bismarck, and offered his services. Bismarck was a good judge of talent, of that sort anyway.
You know about Ludwig's diary, right?
Of course.
How can I get my hands on it?
I'm sorry. I have been trying myself for 5 years. They keep it locked up tight in the Royal Archives and they don't let it out. They must think it contains things that will hurt his image.
They won't let anyone see it, not ever?
Only one person outside of the government ever got to see it, a biographer, Sir Richmond Chapel. He had friends among the German royals and they let him look at it.
Did you ever try to contact Chapel, pick his brain?
No, and I don't believe I never thought of that. If you do and you find out anything, you must share.
It's a promise.
I have a friend of mine who's an archaeologist. Believe me, archaeologists think of everything, every possible way. Don't tell me that. I haven't talked about that. BS.
Professor Barclay says your hobby is Ludwig.
Yes. He was the last real king that Bavaria had. As a Bavarian and a history buff, that's enough to hook me right there.
But there's more, right?
He was a romantic, you know. A dreamer. And he was misunderstood, maligned.
Sounds like you can relate.
Me? Hell, I have it easy. At least I live in the 1990s. And not every eye in the country is on me. But yes, I can relate.
What about Ludwig personally?
You'll find two perspectives on Ludwig. The view the tourists get is the romantic ideal, Ludwig the tormented loner. Then there is the historian's point of view. Ludwig was plagued with guilt over his sexual orientation and was driven mad with self-loathing.
But I take it you're not buying either point of view.
Well, it's all too convenient, isn't it? That he was a devout Catholic, there is no question, and I'm sure there were pressures on him to be normal. But he was no prude. He loved Byron. Yes. Philosophy, the French court. If anything, Ludwig was too much an egomaniac. He didn't give a damn what anyone thought. And besides, he didn't try to hide any of his relationships. If he suffered from anything in his romantic life, it was disillusionment. No one loved him back as purely as he himself loved.
Well, if it wasn't sexual guilt that tormented him, what was it?
I don't know. His diary was filled with self-guilt, but I'm sure it's not about that. If I knew, I'd write my own book, set the record straight, so to speak.
Have you read anything about Ludwig's midnight sleigh rides?
Would that have been something? To be out at night and suddenly see him sweep by with his entourage? They say the night agitated Ludwig, and that being outdoors and the rushing feeling of the sleigh calmed him down. Sometimes even the sleigh wasn't enough. He would stop in some remote woods, order his servants to stay put, and go wandering off by himself for hours. It drove the servants crazy.
What else do you know about Godin?
He must have done something remarkable. Bismarck was not a generous man. He liked to string people along with promises, but rarely came through. He did for Godin, though. He gave him a royal title and lands in 1863. And that was the last reference I found to him.
Well, how could he just disappear?
It's not that unusual. Back then, when you were given a title, you usually changed your name and moved to a place where no one knew your past, so you could act with impunity. Or be a pompous ass and get away with it.
What do you mean Ludwig got worse after the accident?
Ludwig always had been a very private person. But after the accident, he got darker, more crazy. Towards the end, he was even forcing his servants to enter his chambers bent over so they couldn't see his face. Horning's grandfather said his temper was fearsome. He would fly into a rage at the least mistake.
Must have been terrified of him.
Yes, well, Horning's grandfather felt sorry for Ludwig, and Ludwig hated his own violence. He was always giving gifts to his servants to apologize.
You mentioned that there were other reasons why Ludwig's servants feared him.
That's another of Horning's mysteries. There's a story about Neuschwanstein. Apparently, there was a period of time of 2 or 3 months when Wagner would come and visit him.
Wagner?
There. Yeah. The two would lock themselves in the singers' hall. Horning's grandfather said the sounds that came from there were awful. Well, the servants had superstitious minds anyway. Some of them quit over it, just walked away.
What kind of sounds?
Horning's grandfather called them heartbreaking and ungodly. Maybe it was Wagner trying to sing.
Is there any way to find out what Godin was called after he got his title?
Is it that critical?
It might be.
Well, you could send away for a copy of the entitlement deed, assuming it has been destroyed during one of the wars. Godin's new name would be on it. But you would need a research permit from the government to access those records, and they can be very hard to get. A lot of red tape.
Great. Well, I guess that's all for now. Thanks for your help.
It's my pleasure. And if you ever want to talk again, just give me a call. I'll meet you down.
I will. Thanks.
Servus.
Bye. This is where they found Ludwig's body. This is where they found Ludwig's body. I wonder what it felt like under there. I wonder what it felt like under there. I wonder what it felt like under there. It's a memorial chapel for Ludwig. Grace Nakamura. This is where they found Ludwig's body. I wonder what it felt like under there. I wonder what it felt like under...
Our tour begins in the entry hall. Ludwig's passion was building castles. He built 3 during his lifetime.
Hey, Florian.
Linderhof,
How you doing, mate?
Herrenchiemsee, and
I'm well.
Neuschwanstein.
You?
Plans for a 4th castle, Falkenstein, were underway when he died. In addition to his obsession with building, Ludwig also had a passion for classical heroic German mythology, a taste he shared with the German opera composer Richard Wagner.
Glad to hear it.
Neuschwanstein is decorated throughout with themes from these stories, most of which directly relate to Wagner's operas.
I hope you like history, buddy. It's Bavarian history, because you're gonna get a load of.
These scenes seem to tell a story, but I have no idea what story.
The Ring of the Nibelungs?
The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried saga.
Oh, Wagner's. There is a famous. Wagner's most famous opera is The Ring of the Nibelungs. It's basically sort of based on Nordic tales. I don't know the story by itself. There is like a lot of stuff. Never been adapted to movies, as far as I know. I think there is a game though.
The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried saga.
These scenes seem to tell a story, but I have no idea what story.
The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried saga. Our tour begins in the entry hall. Ludwig II lived from 1845 to 1886. He assumed the Bavarian throne at the age of 18 when his father died. Ludwig's passion was building castles. He built 3 during his lifetime: Linderhof, Herrenchiemsee, and Neuschwanstein. Plans for a 4th castle, Falken, in addition to his obsession. The closed door leads to the tower, which is not part of the tour. The king was making his way to this very door when he was arrested in 1886.
I wonder if Ludwig really meant to throw himself from the tower the night he was arrested.
You are now standing in the king's bedroom. The theme of the bedroom is Tristan and Isolde, the tragic love story retold in Wagner's opera. The opera was given its first performance in Munich in 1865, and a 20-year-old Ludwig attended. This is probably the most elaborate and expensive bedroom ever created. It took 14 woodcarvers 4.5 years to create this room. It was this kind of extravagance that bankrupted the king. In the years before his death, he found it increasingly difficult to find money from any source. You are now standing in the king's bedroom. The theme of the bedroom is, this is probably the most elaborate and expensive. It was this kind of extravagance.
Okay. Huh. There are always guards around. Okay.
Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep. Did they have running water in 1886? Did they have running water in 1886? Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep.
The richly carved bed, with its canopy, resembles a Gothic building and its turrets. The bed's draperies were handmade by dozens of Bavarian seamstresses. The washstand actually worked by bringing in water from a stream above the castle. The richly carved bed, with its canopy, resembles a Gothic building and its turrets. The bed's draperies were handmade by dozens of Bavarian seamstresses.
Okay. Let me check something here, because
The paintings in this room are from the paintings in this.
now let me see if I missed something.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty.
Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde.
Ah, Tristan and Isolde. That's right. Tristan is actually basically a tragic love story between one of the knights of the Round Table, and a damsel, Isolde.
Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde. Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde. You are now standing. This is probably the most elaborate, and it was this kind of extravagance that you are now standing in the. This is probably the most. It was this kind of In the corner is a brown tiled stove with clay figures of Tristan and Isolde. In the corner is a brown tiled stove with clay figures of Tristan and Isolde.
Hey, I love opera. Nothing wrong with that.
This is Ludwig's private chapel. The king was a devout Catholic, as were all of the Wittelsbacher rulers. They supported the Roman Church even when other European countries were dominated by Protestantism. This is Ludwig.
It's a beautiful crucifix, ivory and gold. It's a beautiful crucifix, ivory and gold. A king saint? I wonder if Ludwig pictured himself that way, or maybe he just wanted to be that way. A king saint?
The paintings above the altar depict St. Louis surrounded by the seraphim. An interesting side note. For a period of about a year, the Louis images in all three castles were ordered to be covered up with black cloth on the unfathomable whim of the king.
A king saint?
Yeah, Louis was this nickname to one of his lovers, the Black Wolf, perhaps. But then he betrayed him.
The Black Madonna of Altadin. I wonder what her story is all about.
I think we'll find out on the next game.
The Black Madonna of...
the third game, I only played a bit of the third game. Let's just say I don't like the puzzles in the third game. Not a fan of the puzzle in the third game. It's too much moon logic.
The stained glass window depicts St. Louis receiving the last sacraments. The stained glass window depicts St. Louis. This is the king's living room. The walls are decorated with scenes from the Lohengrin saga. The king first saw Wagner's opera Lohengrin when he was 16, and it so affected him that he considered it a form of enlightenment. The tragedy of Lohengrin was his essential loneliness. This too was Ludwig's own fate. Ludwig withdrew more and more into his fantasy world of epic heroes and absolute monarchy. an ideal he was determined to create in his castles if he could not have it in his real life. He only wanted to be alone with his dreams, so much so that even his servants were kept at a distance and were not allowed to look at him.
What were you afraid they'd see?
This is the king, the tragic Ludwig.
What were you afraid they'd...
The miracle of the Grail. The miracle of the Grail.
The Holy Grail? Oh. In case you haven't noticed, here...
These linens look seriously expensive and seriously old. These linens look seriously expensive and seriously old. I'm surprised people don't sit in these chairs when the guard's not looking. I'm surprised people don't sit in these chairs when the guard's not looking.
The chairs are so old, they probably, if someone touched them, they'll turn into dust. Although I've seen some old chairs that are really resilient. My grandmother had a couple of chairs. They were very resilient. Of course, through time, the wood there starts to rot, unfortunately. There was an old knife belonged to my grandfather. He has a wooden handle, okay? And it broke. The handle starts to get rot, and one day it broke. And I was like 50 years old or something. So yeah, we're gonna have to make a pause. Sorry, Florian, I know you got started some time ago, but don't worry. I'm recording all these to put up on my YouTube channel, so you can take a look there, if you will. Anyway, I have to make a pause here.
This is the king's living room. The walls are decorated with the tragedy of Ludwig.
What were you afraid they'd see?
And the guard.
The swan motif is featured throughout the castle, but it is particularly prominent in this room. Both the swan and the lily were symbols Ludwig associated with himself. They represented his ideals of majesty and purity. The painting behind the swan shows Lohengrin's arrival.
Eagle, dove, and now swans, like these birds.
The swan motif. The painting behind the swan shows
more swans.
This is a reproduction of the grotto from the Tannhäuser saga. In such places, Ludwig could pretend he was one of his beloved mythic heroes. As the grotto personifies, the castles were solitary playgrounds built for Ludwig alone. He believed the masses were too coarse to appreciate fine art, and he seldom entertained guests. In fact, Ludwig had a standing order that upon his death, the castles were to be destroyed. Fortunately, the estate was in such debt that the castles were opened for paying tours only weeks after Ludwig's death. They haven't closed since. It is one of the great ironies of Ludwig's story that the castles that he was thought insane for building are now considered Bavaria's finest treasures. They have paid for their construction many times over.
I can almost picture Ludwig in here, I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room. I can almost...
This is the king's study. Ludwig spent much time at his desk, writing letters, drawing up plans for his projects, and studying his favorite authors. He loved poetry, history, and the classics. In later years, he also studied the occult. What affairs of state he did reluctantly attend to were generally attended to alone at his desk in writing. His reluctance to meet with his heads of state and perform the duties of the king were one of the reasons for the charges brought against him in 1886. But Ludwig dreamt of true kingship and a true monarchy, and the small powers left to him after Bavaria's succeeded power to Prussia only incited his disdain and frustration. This is the king. His reluctance...
I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it.
The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser Saga and the Wartburg Castle. The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser Saga and the Wartburg Castle. The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser Saga and the Wartburg Castle.
Beautiful artwork. Baroque. Baroque, is it? No, this is after Baroque.
I wonder why he was studying the occult before he died. I wonder why he was studying the occult before he died.
This is the final room of our tour, the Singers' Hall. It was modeled after the Singers' Hall of the Wartburg Castle, where minstrel competitions were held in the 13th century. The hall was built for small private concerts, but Ludwig himself never gave one here. It is said that during the last few years of Wagner's life, he came to Neuschwanstein frequently and performed for the king alone in this room. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. This is the final. The hall was built for small private concerts, but Ludwig himself never gave one here. It is said that during the last few years of Wagner's life, he came to Neuschwanstein frequently and performed for the king alone in this room. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. The original paintings were from the Parsifal saga, but in 1882, Ludwig had them replaced, supplying the description and titles of the new paintings himself. This is the final room. The hall was built for small. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic. This is the final room of our tour, the Singers. The hall was built for small. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. The original paintings were from the Parsifal saga, but in 1882, Ludwig had them replaced, supplying the description and titles of the new paintings himself. While all the other rooms in the castle show scenes from Wagner's operas, the scenes in this room are not from any opera that anyone can identify. It is yet another of the many mysteries associated with the life of the fairy tale king.
This is the last Wagner opera.
The hunters tracked down Engelhard and Hildegunde.
There must be a story behind these wolf paintings, but what story? There must be a story behind these. There must be a.
Engelhart and the Blacksmith. Engelhart courts Hildegunde. The hunters track down Engelhart and Hildegunde.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty. Nice view of the Alps.
Ludwig's childhood castle, Hohenschwangau, is visible from the lookout in the Singers' Hall.
Nice view of the Alps.
The death of Engelhart. The wedding feast of Hildegunde and the Baron. Hildegunde's imprisonment.
Oh. Okay, let me see if I missed something. I don't think so. Okay. Oh. Okay, I think we might have. Oh, this is the place we have to go now. Okay. Beirut. Okay.
Grüß Gott.
Guten Tag. Ist das die Wagner Museum?
Ja, you're an American, aren't you? I'm afraid the house is closed this time.
Yeah, good thing I saved. Yeah, someone came over and I had to speak to them. Family business. I totally missed the dialogue.
Grüß Gott.
Guten Tag. Ist das die Wagner Museum?
Ja, you're an American, aren't you? I'm afraid the house is closed this time of year. It will be open next month.
Crap.
You are interested in Wagner?
Very interested. Very recently very interested.
Yeah. Most of the house is closed for cleaning, but a few rooms are open. I shouldn't let you probably, but if it is only you, you are alone, aren't you?
Endlessly.
Come in and look over.
That's very generous. What do I owe you?
Georg Immerding. There's only a few displays. Besides, I wouldn't be much of a shining knight if I charged you.
Thanks, Georg. My name is Grace.
Hello.
That endlessly was a bit desperate vibes. Gave a lot of desperate vibes, and you got it. Idiot. But he's...
Wagner's piano, On this piano,
Okay.
the maestro composed his later operas, including The Ring.
Beautiful piano. Even I have to.
Franz Liszt, composer and Cosima Wagner's father. Richard Wagner. An old sofa. The death of Wagner. On Ash Wednesday, 1883, Wagner suffered a heart attack in a Venetian gondola on the way to Saint Michel. His wife and the gondolier carried him into a church where he regained consciousness. Wagner died 4 days later on this sofa. Wagner died on that sofa. That's kind of creepy. It looks like an architectural drawing of a theater, the Wittelsbacher Theater, München. Every square inch is measured. It looks like every square inch.
For a reason.
It's a letter from a Monsieur Beaujolais, dated September 1881. Looks like he's discussing acoustics and sound waves, and crystals. Wasn't Wagner's Bayreuth Theater already built? Why would Wagner be worrying about acoustics? Wagner's desk, exactly as it was on the day he died. It looks rather simple considering the grandiose stuff Wagner composed here. Wagner's death mask. The great patron himself. Ludwig as the classical Greek hero. A portrait given as a gift from Ludwig to Wagner. June 10th, 1881, Munich residence. Great friend. I am writing to you in the middle of the night. My blood is pounding too wildly for sleep. Tonight's performance, how can I describe it? I am unsure whether to be terrified or thrilled. Perhaps I even feel hopeful. If it is hope, you have given it to me, my friend, for the first time in years. We must speak. Something happened during the music tonight, but I must have your absolute confidence. As you love me, come at once. Your devoted king, Ludwig. July 1882. Great and beloved king, Monsieur Beaujolais and I have finished the diagram. We checked the figures many times and Monsieur is confident that it will work. 8 identical fixtures are to be made from the diagram and placed in the theater exactly as specified. I'm sending the diagram with your courier. Be full of hope and have courage. All will be well. Your own, Wagner. Ludwig's death mask.
Another one.
These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though. These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though. This must be a model of Wagner's own theater, here in Bayreuth. This must be a model of Wagner's own theater, here in Bayreuth. Opera costumes. Opera costumes. Wagner souvenirs. Don't think I need any of those. Wagner souvenirs. Don't think I need any of those.
What's that book in the case?
Cosima Wagner's journal. It's locked up for preservation.
What are you doing here if the museum is closed?
They always like to have a caretaker here. It's a good job for me. I can soak in the atmosphere of the maestro while I compose.
What are you composing?
This? Oh, a new arrangement. One of Wagner's pieces.
For the Bayreuth Opera?
I am only a student at the university. I study music, composition, conducting.
Tell me about Wagner.
He was a character. He spent most of his life trying to convince rich patrons to subsidize his work. Unfortunately, he had expensive tastes. You see, he believed that someone of his genius deserved to live well. Can't argue with that.
But Ludwig II supported him, didn't he?
Yeah, sure, but Ludwig came along very late in Wagner's life. By then, he had already been run out of Venice and most major cities because of debt. Ludwig saved him. And the music. Best thing Ludwig ever did.
Yeah. Yeah, Wagner was a great opera. Too bad he was kind of vilified during the Nazi occupation. He was Hitler's also favorite composer. He was very vilified because, but Wagner was already a very old man. Now Wagner wasn't alive when Hitler rose to power. So he's kind of vilified because of that, without any reason. He had nothing to do with the Nazis. I understand why people don't like Wagner because of that, but it's not Wagner's fault.
Do you know anything about that letter from Wagner to Ludwig in the display case? The one about the diagram?
Ah, no. Some sort of equipment for Ludwig's theater. But I don't know why Wagner would have cared about this. If he was worried about any theater, you would think it would have been his own theater, here, in Bayreuth.
Have you ever heard about the letter that Ludwig wrote to the Munich conductor in 1882 telling him to prepare for a new Wagner opera?
You're full of surprises for an American.
What do you know about it?
No one knows anything about it. It's like a treasure map, you know. It's probably a complete fairy tale, but it does make you wonder.
You have no idea what it could have referred to? Maybe something that Wagner was working on with Ludwig?
If there was, there's no trace of it. Except perhaps in the dreams of unemployed music students.
This is actually, I like this guy. This guy is actually ended up being one of my favorite characters in all the game.
Is there much of a call for conductors in Europe?
Ask my brother. He is the conductor for the Munich Opera.
Well, that's convenient. Does that mean you get free opera tickets?
Yes. I get a week's pass to the Opernfestspiele, the opera festival in Munich. It starts in a few months.
Hope I'm still around to see it.
Come with me if you like. If you're still around, I can go backstage and all sorts of things.
I'd love that. If I'm still in Germany, I'll call you, all right?
Yeah, good.
Poor guy, he's trying so hard. It's gonna crash and burn, but his art is in it.
Have you ever heard about the wolf panels in the Singers' Hall at Neuschwanstein?
Did my brother send you here?
No.
Probably not. It's only the letter to the conductor, the wolf panels. Oh, my brother thinks I am crazy because of all my theories.
What theories?
This is Quatsch. if there was a lost opera, a lost Wagner opera, and if one could find it, to a conductor, this would be like finding King Tut's tomb. But people have looked for it before. If it ever existed, it is gone forever. My brother says I waste my time even thinking about it.
That puzzle exists. Finding the lost opera is one of the puzzles. Personally, I think it should be in a harder puzzle to sell the idea of professional historians look for this lost opera, didn't find any trace. And now an American, and Grace is very intelligent. Now an American girl here finds the lost opera that millions, that probably, I won't say hundreds of professional historians didn't find. Come on, let's make the puzzle. If you needed something, let's say that the puzzle to find the lost opera needed an item from Gabriel's castle. Okay, let's just say so, because there is no connection between Ludwig and Ludwig, Wagner, and the Schottenjägers. That'd be the one key, the one thing to solve the puzzle. That would make very sense.
I'm curious. Is there any other information that points to the lost opera besides Ludwig's letter and the wolf panels?
It's nothing. I'm not even supposed to have seen it.
Oh, come on, don't tell me.
You see, my brother says that Wagner was too egotistical to have produced a lost opera. If he was working on something new, every person in Bayreuth would have heard about it. On the other hand, it was in Ludwig's character to have wanted a private opera.
But it wouldn't have been private. Ludwig's letter shows he intended it to be played in Munich.
Yes, but that it would get so far without Wagner telling others? Why keep it a secret?
Maybe there was a very good reason for secrecy.
For example?
Like...
Never found it yet.
Never mind.
Because the last opera reveals a lot of stuff. Okay, the save again. I don't think I have everything now. Okay, I think I have everything. There is something missing here. I'm going to continue, likewise, and if I don't finish the...
Hi, Gerda. I'm back. Good.
Let's see if I can write... Let's continue if I can. If I miss something... I shouldn't be able to... because one of the things that you can't end a chapter without doing everything to avoid being soft locked. That's the best part.
I'll write to Gabriel, soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
What did I miss? I missed something. I missed something. I missed something. What? I don't know. The problem is very easy to... There's lots... The problem with this game is it has perhaps more pixel hunting than the first game. But I do have to say they have very moody... Maybe I need to call the other guy again. Yeah. Or maybe I need to go back to the... I think I did everything. Or maybe I need to call the other guy again and ask them more questions.
It's a memorial chapel for Ludwig. It's a memorial chapel for Ludwig.
No, nothing here.
I wonder what it felt like under there. I wonder what it felt like under there.
Yeah, I know.
This is where they found Ludwig's body. This is where they found Ludwig's body.
This is all photos. If you see, these are all photos. They have a sort of filters, but most of them, these are all photos. Did I miss something in here?
I wonder what it felt like under there.
Maybe I need to call the other guy. I'm gonna take something here. Should I go here and take another look? I'm gonna take another look here, just in case.
Wagner souvenirs. Wagner souvenirs. Don't think I need any of those.
Get everything, click on everything.
Wagner died on that sofa. That's kind of creepy. It looks like an architectural drawing of a theater. The Wittelsbacher Theater, München. Every square inch is measured. It's a letter from a Monsieur Beaujolais, dated September 1881. Looks like he's discussing acoustics and sound waves, and crystals. Wasn't Wagner's Bayreuth Theater already built? Why would Wagner be worrying about acoustics? Wagner's desk, exactly as it was on the day he died. It looks rather simple considering the grandiose stuff Wagner composed here. Wagner's death mask. The Death of Wagner. On Ash Wednesday. The great patron himself.
Also, Wagner's museum also exists. You can see his face juxtaposed on another figure. Okay, definitely that's not Ludwig's true face here. They made it make sure he was kind of a
Ludwig's death mask. Ludwig as the classical Greek hero. These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though. Grace Nakamura. I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment. Cosima was Wagner's wife, I think. She probably just talks about him in her journal.
yeah.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back.
Good.
Gerda?
Yes?
Gerda, do you have any idea where I could get a government research permit? I don't have time for a lot of red tape.
You should ask Herr Übergrau. He can maybe get such things very fast.
You think? I was gonna write Gabriel today anyway.
Ah, that's what I needed to do. Übergrau. Übergrau is the lawyer.
Nothing else I can use in the biography section. There's nothing else on werewolves in the occult section. I'm not sure what other case books would be relevant. I should get a letter off to Gabriel. I need to include a note to Übergrau about the research permit. A ticket to the Ludwig Museum.
Okay, I'm gonna continue. Okay. Don't worry, because it's Friday night, I can end the stream later. Not too late, because I still have to wake up. I have to go shopping tomorrow morning. And I don't have to wake up awfully early, like I usually do in the weekdays. Of course, I'm not going to be able to finish the game tonight. Still, we should be able to.
Grüß Gott, Frau Nakamura.
Grüß Gott. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Nein, leider nicht. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Kann ich diesen Brief versenden?
Ja, 3 Mark bitte.
Dankeschön.
Bitte sehr. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Anything else?
Danke.
Bitte.
I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though. So that's King Ludwig II of Bavaria. King Ludwig II of Bavaria. I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
What can I say? Mhm. Mm. Okay. I need to see. Okay.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are. I wonder what kind of flowers these are. I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
There's something missing. Maybe the blooms. Oh, I missed something. I missed something.
Hallo, Bertel München.
Hi, I have a book of yours on Ludwig II. The author's name is Sir Richmond Chapel.
Yes, how can I help you?
Well, I'm doing some research on Ludwig, and I was hoping you could get me in contact with the author.
I'm afraid Sir Richmond Chapel is deceased.
Oh.
However, his son is living.
Oh. Well, is there any way you can put me in touch with him?
And who are you doing this research for?
Well, I'm working with Professor Barkley from Yale University.
All right. Thomas Chapel's number in England is 41 20 555 771.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hey, try not to ruin the book.
Sir Richmond Chapel's son.
Chapel residence?
Hi, my name is Grace Nakamura. I'm calling from Rittersburg, Germany. Is Thomas Chapel there, please?
Speaking. What may I do for you, Miss Nakamura?
This is gonna sound crazy, but I have a copy of your father's biography on Ludwig II. I understand he had access to Ludwig's diary.
Yes.
Well, oh God, I'm not even sure. He didn't make a copy of it or anything, did he? Or perhaps he took good notes?
He wrote down a complete translation in English. He said he couldn't make headway with the German version. Ludwig's handwriting was rather brogue, you know.
He wrote down an English translation. Do you still have it?
Well, unfortunately, my father was allowed to see the diary only on the grounds that he wouldn't publish the entire work. I can't let you see it. Have you tried contacting the National Archive?
No, I don't have the kinds of connections your father did, or the time.
That's unfortunate, but I really cannot let it out of my hands.
I understand. It was just a shot in the dark.
Very well. The best of luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapel.
Well, I only did for the points. You get points just for doing that if it doesn't lead anywhere. Okay. I think this is what I needed to trigger the next event. Graphic Adventures usually does a series of events. Okay, they are in cascade. You mean you trigger one event, the other event is you do a thing, do an action, you trigger an event. The event normally gives open to more actions. Then the action didn't trigger new events. It's a cascade. That's how not just graphic adventures in general are designed. Cascade of action of events. I believe. And sometimes you need to do stuff to trigger events. Stuff that have no connections whatsoever, but you still need to do it to trigger more events. Now I should go back downtown and see if it triggered anything new. I'm worried that I'm still things I need to do at the Wagner Museum. New stuff to discuss. Or something I missed, which is perfectly possible. Let's go here.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
No. Which means something to say because I've said everything to the man and the American guys and everything. Ah, this is what. This is what I meant. I need to go and talk to the guy on the phone in order to trigger these events.
Gibt's das denn die Lilienblühen schon?
Sehr schön.
Ja, aber es ist doch noch so kalt. Für Sie ein Geschenk von der Madonna.
Oh no.
Nehmen Sie sie ruhig. Heute Nacht wird es kalt und sie wird sowieso erfrieren.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think the old priest doesn't mind about the... He sometimes forget about his words of chastity.
It was nice of Father Getz to give me one of the lilies.
Now you have to... And what was Ludwig's first favorite flower? Lily.
Father Getz said the lily was a gift from the Madonna. That's an odd way of looking at it.
Okay. I still have stuff to do, but
I'm trying to figure out what you want me to do, but I need more information to work with. If you can send any my way, I'd appreciate it.
okay. I'm still saying she's a psychic. Okay, that was a weird vision.
This is where they found Ludwig's body. I hope I'm not losing my mind.
And I'm still saying she's a psychic. Yeah, but still, there's stuff I should be doing here. I still think I need to do something. Let's go and check if there is something here. If not, I go back to the museum and see if there is anything missing. But I clicked everything there. So...
Hi, we just had a phone call. It was Frau Gelder at the post office. She said a fax came in for you there.
Really? I wonder what it was.
Maybe it's from Gabriel.
Don't hold your breath.
Ah, now I know what to do. I need to go back to the Wagner Museum, talk to the guy there. Yeah, before ending the chapter. The chapter ends there in the Wagner Museum. Okay, now I get it.
Hallo, Frau Gelder. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Ja, ein Fax. Ein sehr langes Fax. Das ist aber nicht vom Schattenjäger.
Ist okay. Dankeschön. Thomas Chapel. Oh.
Danke. Rude. Seems like I have a change of heart. And with confidence, good luck on your endeavor.
11th June 1872. Louis has convinced me to think matters through more thoroughly before I act. A trip it shall be then, to Shahin. It shall not alter my purpose, I feel, nor shall his compelling. The treaty is the ruin of my beloved Bavaria, and must be taken to task. 3rd July 1872. The pain gets so bad I cannot hold a pen to write, but the horror is far worse than the pain. He says it was an accident, says that we can truly be one now, that it is a great adventure. I believe him 1 minute, and the next I can feel the flames of hell upon my heels. May God have mercy on my soul. 5th January 1874. By the power of Mary, Mother of God, I swear to refrain from the ultimate sin and to remain steadfast in my flesh, sworn by the power of the lily, Eleanor. 30th August 1879. I will not falter, but will remain true. No matter the torment or longing, I will not yield. I will control the process. God grant me strength and will. By the grace and power of the monarchy and its allegiance. De Paul Leroy, Eleanor.
Something of the king?
10th September 1880. It is all finished. Elizabeth warned me, and I discovered the truth at last. O most venomous viper at my very bosom, O lowest of the least worthy who ever breathed, my Judas, my devil, if I could tear my heart out and fling it after him in the dirt, I would. 12th December 1880. He continues to come, the devil. I will never look upon his hideous face again. He is afraid I will tell, and I might. To destroy him, I might. When I think of the accident, now that things are clear, I wonder, was it truly an accident, or was it the plot to kill me? If so, why did he not complete it then, instead of putting me in this torment? Could he have hated me so? I wish to God he had simply ended it there. 10th June 1881. Terror. Rapture. During W's music tonight, I felt a pulling. The horror nearly came upon me right there. Then the music turned, and it was gone. What can it mean? I must confide in the great friend. Perhaps he will know what has happened. 2nd August 1882. The experiments go better and better. W has proved as loyal and determined as ever I believed he would be in a matter of my salvation. He says he has the formula now. It remains only to put the finishing touches on the completed opera and to draw up the diagram for the crystals. Can it truly end? I scarce dare to hope.
W is Wagner. He's a great friend, we already know that.
April 1883. The great friend is dead. How unjust that he should be taken from me now. Where is my chance at salvation? Why has God condemned me twice? 10th October 1885. There must be made clear funds for the crystals. Lies. Everyone lies. My own servants. What must I do? Must I sell one of my beloved castles? The crystals must be made. I grow daily less able to control my own will. How long will I be able to resist the ultimate sin? And the music is worthless without the device. Time is running out. The crystals must be made. 10th October.
Yeah, let's go. I think I have to give the guy from the Wagner Museum, show the diary to the guy in the Wagner Museum. Yeah, I hand it there.
Have you heard of Ludwig's diary?
Yes, but no one is allowed to see it.
It just so happens that I have a copy of an English translation right here. There's something I wanted to show you. Read this one.
August, 1880. The experiments go better and better. Faye has proved as loyal and determined as ever. It remains only to put the finishing touches on the completed opera. To make up the diagram for the crystal. My God!
Wait, I want to show you something. I am not supposed to have looked at this myself, but I am here alone all day, so...
Yeah, it gets bored. if Markellochi's friend saw this, he would give, no, you need gloves, you need preparation, you can't simply...
Yeah. Yeah.
July 1881. Richard returned from his meeting with the king. Never have I seen him so pale. I was concerned for his heart. He would not speak with me, but immediately shut himself up in his study and started working on a new project. He will not tell me the first thing about it. He will only say that it was time he repaid his king. It confirms Ludwig's diary. He wasn't crazy.
Yes, but Ludwig says that the opera was completed. Imagine that, completed. There's something else.
August 1882. We had a messenger tonight from the king. He brought a letter which Richard burnt. I did manage to see a bit of it. It said something about a great night in Munich and that it would be Richard's supreme triumph and someone else's destruction. Ludwig then wrote that even though he himself would probably die, his immortal soul would be freed thanks to Richard. I worry for poor Ludwig and for us. Where will we be if his madness continues? Surely someone will put an end to it. Wow.
There's one more.
May 1883. I sent Richard's sealed package to the king, as he instructed moments before he closed his eyes forever. I could not even bring myself to care what was in it. What could it matter now? Whatever it is, I hope it brings the king good memories of Richard. He did so much for my beloved.
The package.
Okay, I have a theory that it's not explained in the game. It's my second time playing the game, by the way. What if those are I'm not gonna say who the bad guy is. If you know, you know. If you don't, I'll continue to play through. Let's just say the bad guy made sure nobody would get access to Ludwig's diary. That's why he basically only governments. Of course, the English guy Richard Champlain was the only one who could read. He didn't make anything. He didn't understand. He didn't understood the diary because he lacked context to understand it. Still, the bad guy made sure nobody throughout the centuries would read Ludwig's diary. Of course, nobody thought about investigating Wagner's or get all the context because they're very loose. Grace might be the first person. I wouldn't be surprised if Grace would be the first person to actually starting connecting the dots and finally got an access to Ludwig's diary, because Ludwig's diary is of course, Richard Champlain only, as far as I know, Richard Champlain only he only read the diary, but he never connected dots. He never connected dots between the Last Opera and everything. The other historian, the same. Probably if you read the diary, you would start thinking, wait a minute, what was wrong with Ludwig? Of course, this began with a wolf attack. So everybody knows the wolf is the one thing they have in common. Nobody made the connections. Grace and Gabriel might be the first people to actually make the connections and find out everything. Let's continue, chapter 5. This is when the game starts to get a bit harder, and it's possible to die. Okay, very easy.
She sounds delightful. I'd love to meet her.
Oh, she's a hoot, all right. Just pretend you don't have a penis around and you'll be fine. Got this inborn need to rip them off.
Now I'm really intrigued.
This one time, I'd gone off to this, well, party, you might say. And it was getting a bit hairy. Well, Gracie...
Oh, she's thinking about...
Better. Come here, Kleiner.
Okay.
Detta does not speak English, but then she has her own methods of communication.
I should leave you two kids alone.
Oh, don't be silly.
Yes, be silly. I mean... You don't need to be so European. In European, you know, like this. And then again, I'm Portuguese.
Friedrich, I can't just take your date.
Why not? I didn't expect her tonight. And for some reason, I don't find myself in that mood. Besides, from what you've told me, you live like a monk down south at that castle. Your body needs some attention. Detta. Zeige ihm sein Schlafzimmer.
Don't worry, there's no nudity in the game. Yep. Gabriel doesn't change, the bloody hound. Can someone cue, please, Careless Whisper? Never gonna be survive. No, that's not Careless Whisper. Nope. I can't remember the song. I haven't heard the song in quite a while, so... Okay, if you're watching this at home, please... If you know the song, better. Nope. That's Seal. No, Karma Chameleon Karma Chameleon doesn't apply here. It's not sappy enough. Yeah, he was awakened. Gabriel has a bit to attend to. I will see you at the club. do I go first? Yeah, let's go to Mir's flat.
I don't think she speaks much English. Besides, she only wants to talk about white sausages. White sausage. Can I have some of that, Weisswurst?
6 Mark, bitte. Dankeschön.
Bitte. They're busy.
The men will be meeting here later today for the trip. I'm sure they won't wait for you, so you might want to be on time.
I'll be here. Sweet of you to worry, though. I'm not in the mood to communicate with the dead today.
Communicate with the dead. That's mean. That's mean. That's mean.
I recorded some of Von Zell's conversation last night. Unfortunately, it's in German.
Ah, guten Morgen, Gabriel. Another envelope came from Rittersberg. A request for me and a letter for you.
Let's read the letter.
Gabriel, I've been busy on this case, and it's starting to pay off. Thought I'd fill you in. There's definitely something going on with Ludwig II. I'm pretty sure he was involved with a werewolf. In fact, he was probably turned into one himself. Anyway, something happened to him on this hunting trip, and afterwards he fits the profile in the lore book to a T. It's really fascinating. There's an American couple here, the Smiths. They're from Pennsylvania, if you can believe it. Mrs. Smith has been telling me all about your fortune, and she's sure you're tied in with Ludwig somehow. She also told me to warn you to beware the Black Wolf. Have you learned anything about that yet? So don't tell me where you're staying, as if I care. Really, we're supposed to be a team, Gabriel. I'm holding up my end. I've about done all I can down here, and if you want, I can join you there soon. Perhaps I'll see something I recognize from my research. I'm serious. Grace.
Christ, she's losing it. Ludwig II? A werewolf. Yeah, right.
Don't be mean.
Can I bother you for another favor? I need something translated, and I need somebody I can trust to do it.
And you're asking me? You obviously don't know German lawyers.
Harry, you're such a kidder. Okay.
I don't know anything about German.
It is.
I know about lawyers. I don't know about.
Wir müssen miteinander reden.
We should talk?
Nein.
No?
Es ist meine Karriere, verdammt noch einmal. Vielleicht sogar mehr, wenn die...
His career is in danger even if the police...
Ich habe Ihnen doch gesagt, nicht darüber zu sprechen.
I told you not to speak of it.
Aber ich denke mir, dass die Polizei bereits weiß, dass unsere Wölfe nichts damit zu tun haben. Die können einen Test machen an den Körpern.
The police must know that our wolves are not responsible. There are tests they can perform on the bodies.
Gut. Ihre geflüchteten Wölfe sind keine Killer. Was soll's? Halten Sie nur Ihren Mund. Sie sind damit besser dran.
So, your escaped wolves are not the killers. What's the problem?
Aber Herr Knight, er kam gestern Morgen zu meinem Büro. Er hat viele Fragen gestellt.
He says you've been asking a lot of questions.
Worüber?
About what?
Über die Wölfe.
About the wolves. Who are these men?
Just friend. I think there's more.
Was ist los, von Aigner? Ich muss mit jemand anderem reden.
He doesn't want to talk, says he has someone else to speak to.
Ich habe mir gedacht, wissen Sie etwas über Großbergs Tod?
Do you know anything about Großberg's death?
Wieso sollte ich?
Why the hell should I?
Nun, ganz einfach. Ich gab Ihnen seinen Namen.
I gave you his name.
Und?
And?
Herr Knight fragt mich, ob ich Großberg kenne.
He says you asked him if he knew Großberg.
Was?
I think I know what happens next.
You know, it would be a great tragedy if the Ritter line were to die out. A great, great tragedy. I'm not just talking about for the sake of our firm, but...
I know what I'm doing, Harry.
Okay. Okay, here comes the worst part. Gabriel is the I'm the big hero. I can do this on my own. And most of the time you don't. What happens at the end of the game is Gabriel's fault alone.
Have any luck with that missing person search?
Oh, of course, I forgot. Frau Hogel dropped off something this morning. Yes, there are 2 forest areas where missing persons incidents are concerned. The Nationalpark Bayerischer Wald and the Naturpark Schwäbisch-Fränkischer Wald. Frau Hogel checked both these areas back 10 years. Between 1960 and 1969, there were only 1 to 2 cases a year in the Bavarian National Forest area. Between 1970 and 1990, there were 10 to 12 cases each year. Oh. In 1991, it went up to 17, then went back down to 12 in 92 and 93. The Schwäbisch-Fränkischer Wald figures are similar.
Curious.
Does something ring a bell?
If it does, I should be able to hear it loud and clear. I'm leaving this afternoon for the Bavarian National Forest. I don't have anything else to say right now. I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
No.
American P.I.
Criminal Commissar Lieber. I couldn't just call you KKL, could I?
Sit down.
How about KKK? What's the status on the case?
There's nothing new that I can share with you.
Is there anything new that you can't share with me? Kind of a funny thing. I talked to Grossberg's assistant. It was a fluke, really. But she mentioned you guys took some of Grossberg's ledgers?
I told you to stay out of our business, Knight.
True, true. Why did you guys take ledgers if Grossberg was just a random victim?
As long as this case is open, I'm going by the book. That means a standard background check on the victim.
Find anything?
I don't think anyone's looked yet. We'll probably assign one of the younger men to do it. As you say, Grossberg was a random victim.
Did I say that? Okay, let's try this. You haven't found the zoo wolves yet?
No.
Have you caught anything yet?
No.
Why am I not surprised? I don't suppose you'd let me take an eensy-weensy look at Grossberg's ledgers?
Absolutely not.
Worth a try.
What if I could prove that Grossberg wasn't a random victim?
You're crazy.
Am I?
Look, if you have information, I want to know what it is now.
What information? Look, 5 minutes with the ledgers. If Grossberg was a random victim, my looking won't matter. And if not, I may be able to help you out. You get nothing to lose either way.
I don't believe you know anything. No papers.
He drives a hard bargain.
If I can convince you I do know something new about this case, will you let me see Grossberg's ledgers?
I'm listening.
Good. Keep it up.
Aber ich denke mir, dass die Polizei bereits weiß, dass unsere Wölfe nichts damit zu tun haben. Die können einen Test machen an den Körpern.
Gut. Ihre geflüchteten Wölfe sind keine Killer. Was soll's? Halten Sie nur Ihren Mund. Sie sind damit besser dran.
Aber Herr Knight, er kam gestern Morgen zu meinem Büro. Er hat viele Fragen gestellt.
Worüber?
Über die Wölfe.
Ich habe mir gedacht, wissen Sie etwas über Grossbergs Tod?
Wieso sollte ich?
Nun, ganz einfach. Ich gab Ihnen seinen Namen.
Und?
You would.
The ledgers first, please.
Starter, bringen Sie Grossbergs Papiere herein. Danke, Starter. Das ist alles. I'm going out for some coffee. You'd better have something important to tell me when I get back, Knight, or you'll learn more about Chairman law enforcement than you ever cared to know. Sniper! Kommen Sie her und nehmen Sie die Papiere weg. All right. Spill it.
Herr Dr. Klingman from the zoo?
Yes?
He belongs to a men's club, right? And the guy that was asking about Grossberg, well, he's in that club too. Ditto the third guy, the one with the personality of a pit bull.
Go on.
The guy that was asking about Grossberg, he was listed in one of Grossberg's address books. They knew each other. In the club these fellas all patronize is only blocks from where Grossberg was killed. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Good work. We'll have the club investigated immediately. You'll have to leave that tape here.
Wait a minute. I'm already in with these guys. You go in there with your SWAT troop and my stool pigeon days are over.
Sorry, but I'm in charge of this case, and now I have a lead. I can't depend on a civilian to do my job. What's the name of this club?
Don't.
The Friendly Wanderer. It's near the university.
Okay. I appreciate the information, but as of now, I want you to disappear. We'll handle everything.
Sure, I understand. Good luck, Lieber.
I mean,
the tape?
If Lieber went to the club now and saw it was full of government officials and very rich people, they will simply block the investigation. Lieber, we don't know if Lieber is corrupt. No, he's not corrupt. First corrupt, he already arrested Gabriel in the first place. But
Sucker.
I love that. Sucker. Oh, Bushenau. Right, we got to investigate. Okay.
Hello, are you Mr. Dorn?
Yes. What do you want?
My name is Knight. I'm an associate for Grossberg's.
Grossberg? That son of a bitch owes me a lot of money. Now he's dead. Who's going to pay me, huh?
I'll be handling Grossberg's accounts. If you could just tell me what services you perform for him exactly, I can get you a check right away.
I don't talk to nobody about what I do. You pay me what I'm owed. Maybe you and I can do business together. Otherwise, I've had enough of Grossberg and his associates.
Okay, for a German guy, his English is very good. No accents. Okay. I think I need to get more cash.
Don't these sausages look a little pale to you? Don't these sausages look a little pale to you? Maybe I'll just hold on to them.
Ah, Gabriel. Come in.
Hey, Harry. Could you pull some cash for me from the Ritter account?
Sure. How much do you need?
14,000 marks.
Are you sure it's wise to carry so much?
I won't be carrying it long.
All right. Frau Hogel, gehen Sie zur Bank und holen Sie mir 14.000 Mark vom Ritterkonto ab. Ja, schönen Dank. Perhaps you'd like to make out a will while we wait?
Good.
How about if I just leave everything to you?
I wish you would leave everything to me.
Make a will.
Thanks, darling.
No. The old Gabriel.
I don't have anything else to say right now. I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
Easy come, easy go, I guess.
You again. Do you have the money Grossberg owed me?
$14,000 marks. In cash.
Come in. Please. Not good, huh? The smell. These stinking animals. No matter how much I spray them down, they smell.
Some creatures are like that, yes.
I'd be interested in hearing your business plan, Herr Knight.
What kind of exotics did you get for Grossberg?
Anything. Cats he mostly got. Things that make good coats, you know. Things you can't get on the market. But for you, you pay cash up front. I get you anything.
Can you get hippopotamuses?
Okay. Maybe not anything. But most things I can get. You need some cats soon, huh? Gorilla. I can get gorilla.
Well, it's possible. I'll let you know. Did you talk to Grossberg before he died?
Yeah, sure. A few days ago. I called the bastard for my money. He told me about you, you know.
He did?
Yeah, sure. Said he had a new business partner. And that soon he would have much money and could pay me everything. I thought he was lying. Now you show up. It's good for me he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Very convenient.
Hey, how did Grossberg's export go?
Okay. Usually I bring animals in, not sell them out. I worked hard to find someone to take those too.
Did Grossberg harvest the furs, or did you?
Me? I do it. Only cost 250 marks extra, and they do a good job. You get the skin all clean for that. Not the meat. You pay more for the meat.
Naturally.
But every few months, Grossberg, he wanted the whole thing live. I don't know what he did with those. I don't ask questions.
I think I know.
Right.
Oh, where did the exports end up, anyway?
Taiwan. A zoo, they said. But I don't believe it. The restaurant is what I think.
Do they sell wolf meat at Taiwanese restaurants?
Why not? They sell tiger. Those people, they eat anything.
There were 2 wolves, right?
Yeah, sure. Male and female.
Could I see where you kept the wolf?
Yeah, sure. I kept them both in the last cage on the right. The one against the wall.
These animals are filthy. Hungry, too. I'd like to put Dorn in one of these cages and leave him there. If I ever solve this case, I'll sick Liebe on this guy. If I ever solve this case, I'll sick Liebe on this guy. These animals are filthy, hungry too. I'd like to put Dorn in one of these cages and leave him there. That cat is just waiting for me to stick my arm in there again. There's something in there, but I can't tell what it is. There's something in there, but I can't tell what it is.
Hope that poor tiger doesn't get an indigestion like the one I once did when I eat German sausage. Actual sausage, if you're wondering. Detachment. Easy. Could have been a bit more subtle.
Hilda Impossible's tags. So much for the killer zoo wolves theory.
Yeah, I think I need to. Yeah, here comes the probably the. I won't say the hardest part. The final puzzle is the hardest part, but this is gonna be some. I won't call it the hardest part, but the most complicated part, perhaps. I'm gonna save another save file just in case. Platz.
I'd give it a shot, but I don't speak the language.
Natürlich. Selber. Wie geht's? Good. There you are. Ready to go?
I suppose, I don't really have any stuff. Von Agnes said you had guns at the lodge?
Oh, we'll fix you up. Never fear. Gentlemen, let's go.
It should be a different chapter, but it's not. Into the den of the wolf, so to speak.
Henneman, Price. You two sleep in Price's room. Gabriel will take Henneman's for now.
Herrgott Sakra. Ja, Baron.
Your room is the last door on the left upstairs. Today, we relax. Tomorrow, we hunt.
Great. Can't wait. I'll never be able to sleep in this place, not without a barricade on the door. There's nothing in here. There's nothing in here. I could use a shower, but I want to look around first.
Okay. Dutch.
Hey.
Baron?
Ja? Herein!
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were busy.
Mach nicht. I'm always up for company.
Bet you are.
Okay.
So, amuse me, Herr Knight.
Tell me about the club.
From what I hear, you've already grilled the others about it. Really, it's so tedious.
All right, we can talk about something else. Can I assume you're a fan of the club philosophy?
Well, look at me. I love to eat and I love to drink. I own a butchery and a brewery, which means I love people who love to eat and drink. If I could make it the national religion, I would.
Of course you would.
Point taken. Have you heard of the Black Wolf?
Nein, I don't know this.
Are you sure?
Maybe there are black wolves here, maybe not. I have never seen them, I have only heard them.
What do you mean you heard them?
These wolves in the woods. I'm glad I never saw them. They make such sounds. It makes your hair stand on end.
I think not all members of the hunting club are werewolves. What do you mean? Von Glauer seems to be. He's the leader. Von Zell, perhaps, his favorite. The bald guy could be too. But the rest doesn't look like.
Do you know what type of animal we'll be hunting tomorrow?
Deer, I suppose.
Oh, that's too bad. I mean, it's too bad we don't have something more interesting to hunt.
What do you mean?
Well, Grossberg's death's gonna make it difficult to get anything really challenging. Leopards, lions, things like that.
You enjoy sticking your neck out, don't you?
Do I?
If it were me, I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of someone like Von Zell.
What does Baron von Zell have to do with Grossberg?
Nothing.
But he knew Grossberg. You asked him about Grossberg the other night at the club.
My, what big ears you have.
You gave von Zell Grossberg's name, why?
Because he asked me for it.
Were you the club's main contact with Grossberg?
Yeah, Buying and selling exotic animals isn't exactly legal in Germany. The others didn't want to know.
Just gonna tell this guy? Like that? I mean, I know Gabriel has that southern charm. He can be charming when he wants to. That's the one characteristic of the character. He's very charming, and he knows how to use his charm to get people to talk. But still,
Do you know why Von Zell wanted Grossberg's name?
He did not share his reasons with me.
Well, you must have thought something.
I assumed that since Von Zell was getting too big for his britches, and since he was no longer von Glauer's pet, that he had intentions of leaving and starting his own club.
And you didn't have a problem helping him go independent?
I would love to see him leave. And I'm not the only one.
Ah. So he's only talking because they don't like Von Zell.
Would your cooperation in giving out Grossberg's name have anything to do with the money you owe Von Zell?
How do you know about the money? You only been with the club a few days. Did the Baron say something?
What's a big secret? Von Zell is a banker, isn't he?
That's right, he's a banker, and I am a successful businessman.
There you go. And he offered to cut your debt in half for a small favor, I understand. It's not your fault Grossberg's dead.
I mean, Grossberg's stalked by a wild animal. I don't see why I have no fault, of course.
Are you telling me you've heard wolves around here?
Yeah, of course. You should be sure you don't go out in the dark at night. These wolves, sometimes they sound very close by.
But Klingman told me wolves are extinct in Germany, except for maybe a few in the Alps. We're not close to the Alps, are we?
Your Herr Doctor is obviously mistaken. There are wolves in the woods. I've heard them myself many times. I think you should excuse yourself now, Herr Knight. It's getting cold.
Oh, sure. No problem.
Close the door on the way out, please.
I don't think it's possible to die in here. The next chapter in. Well, we're not going to get the hunting trip. It says it's going to go tomorrow. It means that. Always leave everything as you found it, just in case. I don't think it's possible to die here, but I don't know. Ooh, someone likes to be naughty. No. Someone likes to be naughty.
More woods than you can shake a stick at. That ledge runs along the entire face of the building. Too narrow to walk on, though, without help. I hate it when I come up with ideas like this.
I was going to use the rope on the ledge. Yeah, those tiles don't look very stable.
Not even a ring in the tub. Not surprising for someone as anal as Von Zell. Nothing unusual about the rug. Hello. Someone's been tromping around barefoot in the mud. Orange mud at that. Hello. Someone's been tromping around barefoot in the mud. Orange mud at that.
Okay, I'm going to not in here. Yeah, I'm gonna click here. Room, just in case.
Same entry I saw at the Hunt Club.
Please 30, 500, 100.
Same entry I saw at the Hunt Club.
Is the ledger. You should have done more exercise. This guy. Let me see if I can at least end this chapter. At least if I can at least finish the chapter. But I still have a bit of a ways to go. Yeah, a lot of ways to go. see if I can return the ropes.
I think I'll keep the rope for now.
Okay.
I wish someone would start a fire. I wish someone would start a fire.
Hey, Henneman. Looks like we finally have a chance to talk.
Well, as long as my glass is full, you can ask me anything you like.
That's not a glass, it's a mug, but okay.
Are you especially close to anyone at the club?
Oh, I drift on the fringes, Herr Knight. You, however, seem to have gone straight to the top.
Oh, I don't think so.
Don't be modest. Everyone can see you as a new golden boy. Why do you think von Zell bothers to hate you?
Are you and Von Zell good friends?
No, I was never good enough for von Zell. Now, I get along better with those who do not think so much of themselves.
Von Agner?
Ja, von Eigner's a good man. Dr. Klingman, too, I like. He comes by the Doneasel and drinks with me sometimes. Well, you could stop by sometime if you want. Yeah, I don't like drinking alone.
You sure talking about drinking?
Maybe I will.
Yeah.
Drink, that is.
You and Klingman make an unlikely pair. What do you find to talk about?
Herr Doctor likes to discuss the club philosophy. He's very enthusiastic, you know. That's what made him want to join in the first place.
You sponsored Klingman's membership.
Me? No, von Zell.
Von Zell? He doesn't seem like the welcoming type.
Oh, that's what I thought, too. You know, when von Zell brought Klingman in, I thought they must be very close. But the way Klingman asks questions, you'd think he hardly knew von Zell. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, who can say why von Zell does anything?
Is there any reason you don't want a room with Price?
No, you may not have noticed, but the man is a rotting Schwein. Why the Baron puts up with him, I will never know. I can tell you what he's doing right now up there in his room. He has shut himself in the bathroom. And he isn't taking a bath. I tell you, you can't turn your back on a man like that. No one is safe.
This is a nice hunting lodge. Do y'all come here often?
Oh, at least once a month altogether. Oh, we can come anytime we want by ourselves.
Do you have any other properties where y'all hunt?
Yeah, we have a lodge at Alfdorf, but we don't go there much. It is not so convenient as this one.
Alfdorf? Have you ever heard of the Black Wolf?
Black Wolf? No.
I thought Price was a hotshot lawyer.
Yeah, was 10 years ago. He's lucky he doesn't need the money now because he can't get work.
Why not?
He's too obvious with his nature, you know? Okay, so maybe other men are like this, you know, thinking only what's between their legs. Price, he has no respect for normal human decency. He flaunts his perversion.
Isn't that what the club's about? Getting in touch with one's instincts, being primal?
Yeah, okay, so it is. That's a question for the Baron, not for me. I only say what I see about Price.
Is the club in Alfdorf close to a forest too?
Not close. In. It's in the Naturpark Schwäbisch-Franklicher Wald.
Of course it is.
They got a little soft.
Thanks for the talk.
Ja, auf Wiedersehen.
Come and see. What do you want, Knight?
Just scoping things out.
Really? Look all you want at the great wonders of this room, then leave. I'm trying to rest.
I wouldn't mind a chat, but Klingman needs a little attitude adjustment first.
Okay. I have a gift. Herr Doctor?
Hildegund and Parzival. Nice names.
Mein Gott.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna turn you in.
Please, Knight, it would mean my job.
Yeah, I said I wouldn't. Not if you tell me exactly what happened.
I'm afraid.
Of Von Zell.
It's his fault. I only followed his instructions.
Why did Von Zell want to kidnap those wolves?
He said he wanted to own a pair because he admired their nature as predators. He told me he would keep them in a private place, a safe place, to study.
How did you meet Von Zell in the first place?
He came to one of my lectures about 3 months ago. He was very knowledgeable about wolves, very. He said he admired my work. I was impressed by his knowledge and his title.
You
told me about the club, about how exclusive it was, about their philosophy. It was like a dream come true for me.
Yes, it is seductive. So the wolves were your price of admission. How did you get the wolves out of the zoo?
I led Baron von Zell and another man that I didn't know into the zoo through a delivery gate. The other man drugged the wolves with some meat. When they were asleep, he and von Zell put 2 of them into the truck and drove off. I was afraid when the police came and investigated the next day, but they didn't find anything. I thought we had gotten away with it. Then the killings started.
The wolves aren't responsible. They were shipped to Taiwan. They never hurt anyone.
That is more of a relief than you could possibly imagine.
Is it?
But the wolves, are they safe?
No.
I don't have that information. What do you think? Guess that's all I need to know.
Please don't say anything to the police. I swear I have told you everything.
Yeah, I know. I won't tell your dirty little secrets.
Let me tell you something.
For safekeeping. You enjoy a nap, Doc?
Oh yeah. Dirty. He's a scientist.
Nice closet.
Very small lantern. My grandma used to have one of those lanterns, but this was a lot bigger.
I wish someone would start a fire. I wish someone would start a fire. I wish someone would start a fire. I wish someone would start a fire.
Where the?
I wish someone would start a fire.
There should be. Get the fire.
I wish someone would start a fire. I wish someone would start a fire. I wish someone would start a fire. I wish someone would start a fire. I wish someone would start a fire.
Ah.
I wouldn't mind a drink, but I have a feeling I should stay alert. I wish someone would start a fire.
Is everything right here? Okay, everything. Yeah. Bloody hell. I think I forgot something. Yeah. There should be something on the fireplace. Oh, great. Watch. No. I need to go back to Von Zell's room. I think I forgot something there. Oh, great.
I hate it when I come up with ideas like this.
This is it. Great.
If I'm not mistaken, Grossberg was trying to cash in on all the excitement around the missing zoo wolves. Von Zell must have been the new business partner Grossberg told Dorn about. Guess Von Zell didn't care much for the idea. If I'm not mistaken, Grossberg was trying to cash in on...
When Von Zell, the newspaper says that the wolves which are missing from the zoo have been up to no good, it is funny to consider that you and I know the zoo wolves cannot be guilty and that no one else knows this. I feel morally bound to tell the police, but I'm a businessman and could be persuaded to go against my instinct, a measure of good faith, say 500,000 marks could ease my conscience. I'll wait 2 days for a reply.
I'm pretty sure Herr Price is in there, and I...
Ah! You see, they start a fight. This is what I wanted. Okay. You need, like I said, large.
That fire feels good. Cheers. These
Sorry.
Shears. These might come in handy. Tools. Tools. Tools.
Okay. Now here comes the... I won't say the interesting part, I would say the... Yeah, you can get lost here.
There are traces of an orangish mud in the print. There are traces of an orangish mud in the print. The earth is orange over here. Must be some minerals in the soil. The earth is orange over here. Must be some minerals in the soil.
Forest.
I'm not making much progress against those briars, not with my bare hands. Dun, 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 dun. Pay attention to this scene. This scene is horrendous.
God damn.
What's that smell? Christ! It's a big fucking hole. Something's down there. I can't see anything, and I'm not going down in there again in the dark.
Looks like someone's chewing, isn't it? You'll see. Okay, why is so small a lantern? You could have put something bigger, or a torch. Oh yeah, this is the horror part. We found our werewolf. You just gave him a trail for him to follow, idiot. Note one screen. Note one screen. North, actually, northwest, northwest. West. North. Back to the lodge.
What is it? What's happened?
Happened? Nothing happened.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
No, Sweet Jesus. In the woods.
Show me.
And come on, it's obvious that von Glauer knows about this.
In there.
Come on, it's obvious that von Glauer knows about this. Of course, or suspects. He thinks that von Glauer, of course, he knows that von Glauer has to be a wolf. He suspects von Glauer is a wolf too, but he thinks that he must be thinking Glauer is the main werewolf or the alpha.
Something must be done.
Did you see him? Did you see Von Zell?
Von Zell? No. I didn't see anybody. Only the bodies.
But he was in there before. Eating. Von Zell is a werewolf. It looks like he's been killing like this for a long time, using the woods for cover at this lodge and at your other lodge in Alfdorf. I think he stalks his victims to learn their habits, and then attacks them in secluded spots. He drags them back here to the cave to eat. The victims are reported missing since no bodies are ever found.
But the only thinks is Von Zell.
Von Zell's careful not to let himself be seen in wolf form. One woman did see him, but no one believed her.
Now he thinks von Glauer has nothing to do with this.
Then something changed, I don't know why. Von Zell cooked up this plan to steal wolves from the zoo. Wolves that public mutilations could be blamed on. But he needed an inside man. So he seduced Klingman into wanting to join the club. Then used a lure of sponsorship to set up the kidnapping. But then he needed a way to get rid of the wolves. A way that guaranteed the wolves wouldn't be found by the police. He knew the club got exotic animals on the black market. He'd been doing it for years. Von Agner had built up a massive debt to Von Zell. But Von Zell offered to subtract part of it if Von Agner gave him the name of the exotic's contact. The contact was a man named Grossberg. Now, Grossberg was perfectly willing to get rid of the wolves for a fee. But Grossberg got greedy. When he read of the wolf killings in the newspaper, he tried to blackmail Von Zell. That's when Von Zell killed him.
I knew Von Zell was deeply disturbed, but this is incredible.
Yeah, but it's true. We have to call the police. I know the man in charge of the case.
No! The police would never believe us. Nothing in their mentality prepares them for something like this. Besides, I am responsible for Von Zell. I knew that philosophy was powerful, but I never realized that someone could take it to such a hideous conclusion.
Oh, come on, you're not so innocent
I
yourself.
helped create this. I must stop it. With your help, that is.
What are you proposing?
That you and I hunt him. Tonight.
Bad. I don't know.
Well, that's what you came to the club to do, isn't it? Hunt down and kill Tony Huber's murderer.
How'd you know?
You're not the only one who can ask questions. It's all right. I'm glad you showed up. Now we must act. Meet me at the stable at midnight.
Even if...
Until then, be discreet. The others could only slow us down.
All right. Tonight it is.
What rough beast slouches towards the hunt, its prey to be undone.
Don't, you're creeping me out.
Am I? I have a tendency to do that to people. How are the clothes?
I feel like Lord fucking Byron.
Nonsense. You look better than he ever did. And you will need that extra warmth tonight.
We don't ride much in the States.
From New Orleans.
We are not taking the horses. It's too dangerous to ride at night.
I suppose you have a plan?
We need to corner him. The best place is the ravine.
I think I'd better run defense.
I'm sure you have your own methods. But if I were you, I would keep close.
Stay right behind me.
Friedrich, I heard something.
Friedrich! Damn it! Friedrich!
Who's the prey and who's the hunter?
Friedrich!
Hunt.
is it?
I made it to the ravine, but where's Von Glauer? Or the wolf?
That's me, Gabriel Knight.
I made it to the ravine, but where's Von Glauer? Or the wolf?
What should I do now? God damn. Yeah.
Not me! Come off! Shoot it!
That would be the.
Guess my secret's out. I'm obviously not a hunter. This shit sickens me.
You are less experienced than I thought. But not for long, I'm sure. Oh, it's the wound. We need to clean it.
Guess he got me. Fuck. Fuck! Wait a minute. I shot him. You made me shoot him. I'm okay. Oh, Christ. Good, you made me shoot him.
Come on. We'll fix you up in the lodge. And I'll drive you back to Munich in the morning. I think you've done enough hunting for one trip.
Okay. Chapter 6. This is my okay. Chapter 5 is the most action, not most action packed. You can say a bit of action, but chapter 6 is probably my favorite. One of the hardest, but my favorite. Okay, why? Oh, this much we knew. Okay. Okay. That
Beware the Black Wolf.
That Gabriel has psychic powers. That Gabriel has prophetic dreams makes sense. But so has Grace too, apparently.
You must do it! Two wolves are missing from the zoo.
Now the werewolf cannot harm the better with his own hand.
No!
No, but it was bitten on the knee, and those scars from the first game. Oh. He hidden the lost opera. I'm deducing as lost opera. Where did he hid? Secret panel. It makes sense. Oh, he hidden more than one. In the grotto. One on the looks like the opera house. And the last one on the tower. But it was caught.
Tell her to put this with my heart without tilting.
The heart what?
Gabriel!
Get out!
You have a visitor.
Okay, we're gonna save the game here. Okay. We're gonna leave the game here.